Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's proceedings are being live streamed, but by voice only, and only 10 minutes after the event that is being described occurs. Those with mobile telephones who can hear what is said may use them to report what they've heard after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting, but they may not use them for recording. I think there may be a period when we will not be broadcasting live, but we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Thank you, sir. HN3, returning to disarm DSEI in September 2001, I'd like to bring up a report of yours, please. It's MPS 0006517. It's page 2. This is a prospective report. It's just a very discreet bit. Under the source comment, it reads, the organisers are hopeful that the police and media will hype up the event and attract a huge crowd. They are hopeful that numbers may exceed 5,000, but 2,000 to 3,000 may be more realistic. Looking on the internet, HN3, it says the numbers attending on that first day were around 2,800. So that appears to have been a good estimate. I understand it's a long time ago. Are you able to assist us with how you managed to provide such an accurate estimate of numbers?
I think that would be broadly speaking on the interaction we had with people around the country, the people who turned up to meetings prior to that. That was what I would have based that on, potentially.
Moving now on to Emily Apple's involvement. Emily Apple says that she was invited to the RTS DSEI logistics meetings through her work with Campaign Against the Arms Trade. And this was in 2001, and it's at these meetings that she first met you. Does that match your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
She says that they were regular meetings at least every 2 weeks from March 2001 and more frequently in the run-up to the actual protests. These meetings were attended by about 8 or 9 people. They generally took place in various pubs. They started in the early evening and we would probably have had a pint. That's paragraph 5.3 of Emily Apple's witness statement, but I'm not bringing it up. Again, does that match your recollection?
Yes, exactly.
The first report we have of yours, which mentions Emily Apple, is dated after the DSEI protests. I won't bring it up, but trust me, I mean, it's dated the 10th of September 2001, and the reference is MPS 0006892. It's C203. Do you think it likely that you reported on Emily Apple before that point?
Yes, if Miss Apple was in a meeting in a group of 8 or 9 people, then yes, that would have been likely.
So you did report on her. It just so happens that we've not been able to obtain the reports.
I would agree.
Emily Apple says this in her witness statement at paragraphs 5.9 and 5.10. Of your relationship. She says, it was during the run-up to DSEI 2001 that I started spending a lot of time with Bishop. In particular, I remember spending a lot of time with him in the week before the demo. I spent one day driving around in a hire van with him. We collected useful things for the demo, like leaflets and dropping off props, leaflets and banners. He was driving. We took things back and forth to a lock-up in Canning Town that was rented to help with the protests. From memory, this was around the first time I spent a lot of time with him on my own outside of meetings. Does that match your recollection, HN3?
Yes.
Is there anything you'd like to add to that about your interactions with Emily Apple in the build-up to DSEI, or is that a fair summary?
No, that's very accurate.
Could we bring up, please, MPS 0747635, C187. This is one of your reports dated the 23rd of August 2001. Again, no downward dissemination. The intelligence reads, Reclaim the Streets activists originally planned to enthuse the Canning Town populace regarding this event with a campaign of leafleting in concert with the Samba Band. Unfortunately, their efforts have been hampered by printing difficulties regarding the flyers. And again, I just want to draw your attention to Op Bonsai at the bottom of that. To the best of your recollection, HN3, did the SDS have anything to do with these printing difficulties?
No, not at all. To my knowledge.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
So does it follow from that you can't help us with Operation Bonsai and whether that's similar to Operation Apache around May Day 2000?
Oh, this could be the police public order response to the demonstration potentially, but I don't know what that is. That would be likely that's what that was.
We can take that down, please. I bring up another report, which is MPS 0006488. It's C163, dated the 14th of August 2001. Again, no downward dissemination of this intelligence without reference to CO Special Branch. Intelligence, it says, in relation to the forthcoming RTS action at the DSEI exhibition, the central location for storing banners and giant puppets, etc., is a large squat, former factory, situated at the junction of Globe Street and Great Dover Street, SE1. The squat is also being used to store the protective equipment worn by the Wombles Group. Privacy is running the squat. HN3, were you privy to this information through your work on the organising group?
Yes, I would have been.
Can you help us with what your responsibilities were in the lead up to this protest in September? Was it logistical? Was it a matter of moving things around? Was there more to it than that?
No, I believe that's a fair assessment. Using my driving skills, now it's been mentioned, I've got recollection of a lockup that we rented in Canning Town area to store props, banners, bits and pieces with. So yes, that's collecting, dropping off flyers, that would have been accurate.
Thank you. We can take that down, please. We bring up another report, which is MPS 0006523. It's C185. This is dated the 23rd of August 2001. If we could look at paragraphs 4 and 5, please. In short, all the various factions will ultimately be gathered at the same location. This is on the day. And RTS will be able to utilise the extra numbers in any attempt to gain access to the exhibition site itself. There is no doubt that such an attempt will be made, and consideration is being given to the feasibility of smuggling ladders through to the perimeter fence and using them to gain access to the site. Does that ring any bells?
Not specifically, but that's it's my report, so yes, I would have learned that somewhere.
Can we take that down, please? If we could bring up another report, please. MPS 0747623, C180, stated the 29th of August 2001. Same disclaimer at the top. Intelligence. RTS activists organising the demonstration at DSEI have made a number of wicker and paper mache props in which they will try to smuggle equipment such as ladders and wire cutters to the venue. Designs include submarines and hand grenades.
Yes, that's recall that now that's been written. Yes, absolutely, I do. I think these were stored at the squat.
Yes. Robert Banbury backs that up in his witness statement. He says at paragraph 31, amongst what was... I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but he says that one of the things that was stored at the squat was a papier-mâché submarine, which would have contained ladders and tools to gain access to the arms fair.
Yes, agree, 100%.
How did you come to be aware of this plan, if that doesn't seem like an obvious question?
I probably saw it in the squat.
Did you help come up with this plan?
No, I don't recall so.
When this plan was discussed in your presence, Did you express a view on it, or did you keep stum?
I don't recall specifics, I'm afraid.
Do you accept that within a small organising group it would be difficult not to express some sort of an opinion on a plan
agree.
such as this?
Oh, I don't disagree. I just don't know what my reaction was.
Did you have a general approach, to the best of your recollection, when potentially
It sounds like a jolly good idea, so that I probably would have gone along with that.
Right, so you think you would have supported it and
Yes.
encouraged it?
No, there would have been no need. It was already, the submarine was already in process of being built, I recall.
Just before we take that down, we can just see at the bottom there's another reference to this op bonsai, but I understand you can't really help us with that. If we could take that down, please. We understand from documents and from Emily Apple's evidence that the premises, the squat where the items were being stored, it was raided on the 10th of September 2001. And Emily Apple and Robert Banbury tell us that a lot of the papier-mâché props were smashed up, that the submarine was smashed up by police raiding those premises. Were you given to understand, HN3, at any point that your intelligence had led to those raids?
No. There would have been a significant number of people going in and out of that squat.
So it's your evidence that if there would have been other sources of information about the squat in addition to yours?
I would expect so, yes.
So, again, for the avoidance of doubt, nothing said in meetings, nothing said in conversations with your handler to lead you to believe. And again, sorry.
It's possible and feasible that I was the source of that intelligence, but no one ever expressly said that to me, no.
And there was no discussion. On Monday, we had a look at a report in relation to disruption in relation to May Day 2000. Do you remember a meeting with you and Jim Boyling and your managers? There was no meeting like that along those lines in relation to taking this kind of action.
No, not that I recall.
Moving on to the day itself, we've not obtained a report on the day one of the protests at DSEI on the 11th of September. To the best of your recollection, did you submit a report?
I would have done, and if it helps, my recollection of the day is that we assembled as a group, as was on the flyer, at Canning Town tube station. We would have walked down behind the Samba band to Tidal Basin Road. Large crowd there, and then at some point I became aware of a number of broadcast TV trucks that had significant numbers of police stood around it. It was very odd and very strange, so myself and a couple of others, I believe, went and had a look, and they were showing feeds of the events in New York. So we watched the events unfold there. I then became aware of the vast majority, 95% of the uniformed police all leave. I now know to be redeployed into central London. And my recollection for the day is that I went back to my cover flat and the world was never the same.
Yes, indeed. Do you remember any disorder on that day at the protests? Sorry, HN3, we've lost you.
No, I don't recall any disorder, no.
Emily Apple says this of your activities during the day, insofar as she's able to speak to them. At paragraph 5.11 of her witness statement, she says, I remember spending a lot of time with him on the afternoon of the demo. We spent some of the day running away from the cops together and trying to avoid police kettles. Does that chime with your recollection?
That sounds like activity I would have undertaken with Miss Apple, but not on that day.
And you say that because you think the
events of New York.
Right. Emily Apple says this as well. She says, we were obviously becoming close by this time, as we wouldn't have stayed together if we hadn't been. Do you agree that you were becoming close around this time?
I don't dispute what she says. We were becoming friends, probably, yes.
Again, it would appear to be implicit in what you've said, but just to be clear, activists did not gain access to the DSEI, to the exhibition site on this day. Is that correct?
I have no more recollection than what I've already said, I'm afraid, for that day.
Emily Apple, in her witness statement, says that it was on this day, so on the 11th of September 2001, at these DSEI protests, this was the first day that she started getting followed by the police. She says this at paragraph 5.21. She says, I remember a forward intelligence team filming. They were specifically interested in me. Later the same day, they followed me, stopped our minibus, and followed it back to the CAAT office. This harassment continued throughout the week. This was the first time I was aware of getting properly followed by the police. Essentially, this meant that I was being targeted. And she says that this coincided with her spending more time with you. Were you ever given to understand that there was a link between the two, that the fact that you were spending more time with Emily Apple and your reporting on her was leading to her being under greater scrutiny by the forward intelligence team?
No.
Nothing ever said to that effect in desk meetings, for example?
No.
Okay, quick digression, HN3. May Day 2002. Did you take part in that?
I'm sure I did, but are you going to need to help me with where and when it was? I've got no recollection immediately.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm assuming my question would be as if you can recall whether or not it was decided that, but we don't have a report, but again, we can only infer so much from that. And it was just whether or not the SDS considered it was necessary to have a UCO at that May Day, whether you can speak to that. Are you aware at all?
I went on the previous ones, and it would have been likely that if I would have gone to it, yes.
You can't help us with your activities on the day?
I'm afraid, not without any other assistance, I'm afraid.
Moving into summer now of 2002, and I want to ask you some questions about Jim Boyling and Rosa and the incident that took place at Kingston Green Fair on June the 3rd, 2002. And we understand that you were working on a stall there with Emily Apple, is that correct?
My understanding, it was with, and I don't doubt that, but my recollection, it was with somebody else that you've given a cipher for.
Would you
would have been likely that would have been 3 or 4 of us there, so I don't dispute that.
Yes. Do you dispute that Emily Apple was there?
No, not at all.
No,
not at all.
No, and she doesn't dispute that. I mean, she doesn't say it was just the two of you. So that.
No, there were at least 4 of us, I recall.
And was this a disarmed DSEI stall?
Yes, exactly.
Now, we're aware from the evidence of other people that Rosa and Jim Boyling came to this fair with their young child, and that Jim Boyling spotted you and then made Rosa hide behind a tent. Now, you say in your witness statement that you were unaware at that time that it had happened. Is that accurate?
That's completely true. The first I became aware of this was in the media reporting.
Right, well, we'll come to that. Again, just to be sure, did anyone of your activist colleagues around that time mention that Jim Boyling and Rosa had been seen at Kingston Green Fair around
Not
this
to me.
date? Not to you. Now, can you help us with when was your next interaction with Jim Boyling after that date? So June the 3rd, 2002. I appreciate on your account that date doesn't stick out for you particularly, but if you could help us when you think you next spoke to him.
I think I recall giving him some CDs, music CDs. Is this, have you got the date of that in my statements?
Well,
Is
it's not entirely consistent. Do you want me to take you to your varying accounts? So let's bring them up because it's important. So
yes, of course.
if we could bring up MPS 0723144 B135. This is an account you gave in 2011, HN3. It's your debrief with SO15 after the story about Jim Boyling was published.
I understand, yes.
Yeah. And it's page 4, paragraph 2. It says, yes, thank you. It says HN367 asked HN3 if he had any contact with Jim Boyling once he had left. HN3 said on one occasion he received a phone call from Jim Boyling asking to meet him. This was not long after the Kingston Fair. HN3 met up with Jim Boyling. Jim Boyling told him that he was now having a relationship with a member of police staff from SO15 by the name of Redacted. He asked HN3 for some DVDs for Redacted. On hindsight, HN3 thinks this meeting was odd and may have been, it's a typo, an excuse to see if HN3 had seen him at Kingston Fair. Apart from this one occasion, there has been no other contact. Do you stand by that? Does that sound right?
I do. It's CDs. It's CDs, music CDs, not DVDs.
Well, in your witness statement, we can bring that up. That's MPS 0748426, which is paragraph 358, page 119. And you say, I visited Jim Boyling at his home once after he had completed his deployment. This was to take his then partner some CDs. In hindsight, the call from Jim Boyling may have been after the publication of the Guardian article rather than immediately after Kingston Green Fair. So, first of all, there's some dispute across those two accounts in respect of whether it was soon after Kingston Green Fair or whether it was in 2011. Do you think it was more likely to be after Kingston Green Fair? Soon after?
I think it was. I think it was. That's my recollection.
And you're...
Because I remember thinking this is very odd. And in hindsight, apologies, sorry, we've got a bit of a delay on the line, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry, don't apologise. And you think it was CDs. The reason I ask is only because if you were still deployed, you would have had access to all those DVDs. So I wondered if...
most definitely CDs.
Right.
100%.
So can you help us? So he contacted you how?
I think I've said he phoned me, I think.
Right. And can you remember where you met? I know it says home here, but it's not specific.
Yeah, I went to a very nice apartment by the river.
There's this reference to his then partner. Did you meet his then partner?
Now, that's my words, and I may have just been assuming they were partners, but there was a lady who I met there, yes.
And that woman wasn't Rosa?
No.
And we're still talking summer 2002, so June 2002.
As we've seen, I'm not really sure where the date when this was.
Fine.
It could have been significantly later. It could have been. I could only date it on where he was living.
Was he living in Kingston?
If it was in a second or third floor flat, that would seem about right.
in evidence, Jim Boyling said that soon after the incident at Kingston Green Fair that he arranged to meet up with you. He said this in his live evidence. He said that he phoned you soon afterwards and he said that you met in Bushy Park. Does that ring any bells?
No. Where? What park, sorry?
Bushy. It's in
No.
southwest London.
Oh, okay. No.
He said that he explained to you that he had reunited with Rosa and that they were now a couple. And that even though she was an activist, they were now together. And she knew that he was a police officer. Do you recall that?
No.
He says that he thought you needed to be aware of this also because there was a compromise risk, because Rosa had seen you and knew you were a police officer. Does that match your recollection?
No, not at all. My recollection of my first hearing about it was the paper article, and we had the meeting with the people from SO15 because of a potential compromise risk then, is my recollection.
He denies that he said anything to you about CDs or DVDs or that he was going out with someone whose name we've redacted from SO15. Can you comment on the accuracy of that?
So I can't comment that they were romantic partners.
Yes.
But I met her because I knew her from being a member of police staff.
Yeah.
In his flat.
And he, if I understand your evidence correctly, he did ask to borrow CDs. That's your evidence.
He asked very specifically for music CDs.
And that is the only time you met up with him after his deployment ended?
That I recall, yes.
That you recall. So you're certain that none of that happened? Is that your evidence?
I'm certain I went to his flat. Yes, I am certain.
No, but sorry, I didn't phrase it properly. Are you certain that you did not have a conversation in Bushy Park at which he told you that he and Rosa were a couple, that he had told her he was a policeman?
I have no recollection of that, and I think I would have remembered.
Can you think of any reason why he might say that if that's untrue? I understand that.
No.
Appreciates you, you can't read his mind, but you can't think of any reason why he might?
No. I met Jim a number of times after I'd finished my deployment, and we were posted back to a similar location.
Right.
We discussed, but even then, we didn't even stop for coffee. They were kind of chats in the corridor in the street.
And did he say anything to you at that time about the fact that he was in a relationship with a woman who you knew from Reclaim the Streets, who we're calling Rosa?
Not until the newspapers.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, I knew when we spoke on Monday about I had an inference from when the phone call was made to the office.
Yes.
And then we moved offices. I had an inkling and an idea, and then everything fits together. And this is why I said I believed that the CDs were for Jim. Jim had an extensive music collection himself.
Yeah.
And that's why I said in hindsight, I believed it was to see whether in them.
But did you ever address with him explicitly the fact of his having had a sexual relationship with Rosa before he withdrew?
No.
You never had an explicit conversation about that?
No.
And did he ever refer to that when you saw him again? No reference made to that at all or anything like that? Or the fact she'd tried to track him down?
No, I don't believe so.
So again, just for the avoidance of doubt, you had no idea that he'd reconciled with her until it came out in the press in January 2011.
That's my recollection, yes.
Right, moving on to a new topic.
Before we do that,
sorry.
can I try and establish a date. The date when you moved offices and the circumstances in which you did so, can you remember the date?
Sir, I'm afraid I can't. I do apologise.
Or year even?
I would just be guessing, sir. I do apologise.
Yeah, okay. And the reason for moving offices, can you recall what that was?
Because the telephone number of the office had been rung, I now understand, by Rosa, sir.
But you understood at the time. I want to know what it is that you understood at the time.
Oh, at the time, I don't think it was explicit to anybody immediately, but I believe in a period afterwards, it became apparent that somebody, an activist, had rung the office looking for Jim, and that's why we had to move.
Thank you. Yes.
If it helps,
Yeah.
if it helps, sir, I believe the new office, HN 36, may have been the new DCI. I don't know if that timing mixed, but I remember HN 36 at the new office, as it were,
Yeah.
once we'd moved.
I think HN 36's name is published.
Yes,
Is not.
that's DCI Dell.
DCI Dell.
Sorry, yes, sir. Yes, I wasn't sure.
No, you're absolutely right to be cautious. It's easier to put it right afterwards if you're cautious than the other way around.
A new topic now, HN3, the True Spies documentary. This documentary series about the SDS and similar units was broadcast in November 2002. Did you watch this documentary?
I believe I might have seen it sometime later on a VHS tape, I believe.
But you didn't watch it at the time it came out?
I have no recollection of that.
Were you told anything about the True Spies documentary before it was made and subsequently? So when it was a proposal, were you advised or informed about that?
No, I don't believe so. Or if we did, I have no recollection of it. I think all I remember is maybe on the day or two before transmission, we were told something was going to go out.
And were you told that in a SDS meeting?
Depending on the day of the week, either in the meeting or when we rang it, when we rang in twice a day, if there was no meeting scheduled.
Yeah. Can you remember what you were told about it? The sort of tenor as well of what you were told?
I'm afraid I can't, though.
I'd like to bring up, just in case it jogs your memory, please, HN 60's witness statement, which is MPS 0748427. It's tab A1 of his bundle, and it's page 122, paragraph 178. This is what he says, his recollection of it, HN3. He says, the only other matter I can assist the inquiry on relates to True Spies. Before the show was broadcast, I remember that there was a Thursday meeting where someone, I cannot recall who, said that a television programme about the SDS was being planned. Over the next few months, we heard more about this. Logically, it must have been from the DS's DI or DCI, as they would have been better versed in what was happening in Special Branch. As I recall, we were told about a difference of opinion between former SDS officers. On the one hand, there were those who were willing to participate, and on the other, there were those who believed publicity was a terrible idea. The fact that the programme had been sanctioned by senior SB officers came as a real shock to me. I do not recall the specifics of discussions, but I do recall a sense of anger and disappointment. Although it did not change what I did within my deployment, it increased my stress levels and made me more paranoid. I was worried that the specificity of the detail would cause people in the animal rights field to be more on the alert for potential UCOs. To the best of your recollection, Did you have similar feelings about it?
Yes, that's helpful. And I remember now you've shown a number of us feeling awfully let down.
Can you recall being warned to be on the lookout for activists being more suspicious of undercover officers or trying to identify undercover officers as a result of the programme?
Not specifically, no.
To the best of your recollection, did your targeting change in any way? And what I mean by that, HN3, is were you tasked to provide information on individuals who may have been trying to identify SDS officers as opposed to reporting on them because they might be considered a risk to maintaining public order?
No, not at all. The only recollection of it impacting on myself and N60 is us having the flat together to try and get away from that stereotype.
So you're getting the flat together, you think, was a reaction to, in part, to True Spies and the revelations therein?
If the timing suits, that would be my recollection. If not specifically, but just to move away from the whole.
Yeah, you think it had an impact on it. We can look at those dates. I think it's broadly speaking similar, but I'll return to that point, but thank you. Sorry,
Mum. I think if it helps, I apologise. I seem to remember something in my witness bundle that there was an office note that reaction to us moving.
Yes,
to
there is.
the joint
Yes,
flat
there is. Yeah.
That they mentioned the programme. I recall that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's in my old plan, but we'll find it. But yes, there's definitely a note, and we referred to it on Monday. It's just in another section, I think, but we'll find that. But I think it is around the same time, so that would make sense. Thank you.
Yeah, but it would make that's how it impacted on me. Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to bring up, we had a quick look at this on Monday, but I would like to look at it again. It's MPS 0011337. It's B73, sir. This is a document which relates to actions being taken by the SDS in relation to Helen Steele's trip to New Zealand in December 2002 and her investigations into John Dines. Paragraph 1 reads, at 1400 on Saturday the 14th of December 2002, Helen Steele arrived at Auckland Airport in company with her parents. The port warning set in place 3 weeks ago alerted airport police, and DS redacted, and a discreet baggage search was carried out by customs. This revealed that Steele was in possession of 2 VHS videos, one dealing with the McLibel affair, the other apparently a copy of the BBC Two True Spies programmes. She was also in possession of a mobile phone. Details could not be obtained. Can you recall, HN3, whether this information was shared with you around this time? This is by HN53. Can you recall this being imparted to you?
No.
Thank you. Yes, my colleague has helpfully brought my attention to the document about the flat share, which was the 12th of February 2001. That's on document MPS 00094773. That's when it's discussed. So it's quite a period of time before True Spies. Does that have an impact on your answer?
Definitely, without even seeing the documentary, the fact that something was myself and N60 had previously raised this, and it had been turned down. So we tried again, and I think one of the things that somebody mentioned was the documentary. Now, I don't know whether it was as a result of it or in the planning.
Yeah, it could have been when it was being discussed. Moving on to another topic, summer 2002 and Emily Apple. We've established that you were spending more time with Emily Apple around this time. Were you aware that Emily Apple had a breakdown in summer 2002?
I don't believe so, unless there's nothing, I'm not recalling something instantly, but if there's reporting that would help me.
No, there's no reporting, but she says this. She says in her witness statements, paragraph 5.137, that she had her first breakdown in summer 2002 following one night of heavy drinking. I ended up in hospital vomiting blood with dangerously low blood pressure. Do you remember that?
Would it help if I said vaguely? I apologise, that's not myself.
Just, you have to say what you believe to be the truth. She says that you did know, if that helps.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, but I don't remember it as I probably would have learnt about it sometime afterwards from her. So I don't doubt that. So yes, but I don't recall that immediately.
Can we bring up, please, MPS 0010493? It's C253. This is a report dated the 27th of September 2002. It's a short report, again, no downward dissemination. Intelligence. Emily Apple, who is one of the main figures in organising the DSEI 2003 action, has recently moved to the following address. And then the address and the telephone number are redacted. We can take that down. Thanks. Emily Apple says of this report at paragraph 5.153 of her witness statement, it describes me as one of the main figures involved in organising DSEI 2003 and gives my new address and phone number. While I dispute that I was a leader, I don't dispute I was an organiser. This report is dated shortly after I moved to this address in September 2002. I remember this as it was quite soon after I had been hospitalised and I had gone to visit family in Privacy for a couple of weeks because of my health. I shared with Privacy and Victoria. Were you aware of this at the time?
The ill health?
Yes, and the fact that, well, clearly you were aware that she'd moved house recently, but yes, were you aware that this was shortly after she'd been discharged from hospital and in the aftermath of that breakdown?
No, I don't believe so.
Can you help us with why you reported these details?
Yes, absolutely. I would report it on everybody's address, telephone number.
I know you say you vaguely recall the fact that Emily Apple had had a breakdown, but would the fact of Emily Apple having a breakdown in any way have affected the extent and the detail in which?
Sorry, when you say breakdown, my recollection is the hospitalisation because of illness or the drinking. If my recollection, I'm not going to dispute it. I really am not, but I don't. You're phrasing it as a breakdown is not what I'm understanding. I believe that she was hospitalised, because I've subsequently learnt that later on, but for the reason what I don't sure.
Which she describes it as a breakdown in her witness statement.
I don't dispute that at all, but I wouldn't have. I didn't know that. And
are you saying you didn't know that at the time, so it wouldn't have had an impact on your reporting on her? Is that your evidence?
I don't believe so.
Do you think if you had been aware of it at the time, it would have had an impact on the extent to which you reported on her, or not?
No, probably not, if I'm honest.
And
no.
if not, why not?
If I had have known, so I would have reported that she would have been, if someone had any form of illness or injury that was going to take them away from activism for a certain time, I'd reported that.
She also says this about the reporting of the new address and the phone number. This is at paragraph 5.154. However, I also remember that we made the decision that we didn't want this address to be widely known. And initially it was not used as a bail address. This was partly in response to how much harassment I had received and how much it had affected my health. Again, were you aware of that at the time?
No.
Emily Apple says at paragraph 5.154, Jason Bishop knew this and was therefore putting my very fragile mental health at risk by reporting this address. Furthermore, my address and phone number can only have been included for wider surveillance purposes. Emily Apple says you did know this. Do you dispute that?
I'm not going to dispute what Miss Apple says, but I don't recall knowing that at that specific time.
Moving on now to the setting up of Disarm DSEI. Emily Apple at paragraphs 5.147, 148 of her witness statement says that the first meetings of Disarm DSEI were on the 12th and the 20th of August 2002, and for the initial meeting she contacted all the people involved in the logistics group for 2001, including Jason Bishop. Does that match your recollection?
Yes, I believe so.
She goes on to say at paragraph 5.151, Jason Bishop then came to most of the Disarm DSEI meetings. Some of the meetings took place at the CAAT offices, some at Royal Festival Hall, some at Lark, some at various pubs, mostly in Whitechapel. Is that accurate?
Except for the CAT offices. I only remember going there once or twice ever, but the rest of it completely 100%.
Okay. She says that there were generally 5 to 10 of you at the meetings. Sometimes the meetings were bigger. Does that match your recollection?
Absolutely.
And you say in your witness statement that you volunteered to run the transport subgroup within this group. Is that right?
Yes, that would have been correct.
And I understand that by this time you had your Land Rover. I think you acquired that on the 1st of July 2002. So does it follow that you were using your Land Rover in your role running the transport subgroup?
Very much so.
Moving into March 2003, I'd like to talk to you about the Fairford coaches incident of the 22nd of March 2003. Do you recall this incident, HN3, just generally, just in terms of the publicity it received and what happened?
Yes.
Now, I understand from your witness statement, we need to be careful, okay? Please do not give any detail about dates around this topic, your movements on particular dates. But I understand from your witness statement that you were not around on the 22nd of March 2003.
Yes, that's correct, and I believe you've seen.
Yes, we have. Now, we have, again, please no detail about dates, but we have from Emily Apple, I'm just going to bring this up just to evidence the fact that she was involved in lots of Fairford coach organising around the beginning of 2003. So if we could please bring up UCPI 38160. So this is Emily Apple's diary from 2003. So page 1, we can see January 2003, just at the top, she's written Fairford coach, write basic text, email Kingsley Hall, arrow, disobedience. So a number of to-dos flowing from Fairford coach activity. If we go to page 2, please. This is on the 5th of February 2003, Fairford meeting, GS. She says that's the Good Samaritan pub. Page 3, please. There's reference to a Fairford meeting at 2 p.m. on the 8th of February 2003, Otterley Street. Page 4, the 10th of February 2003. There's a reference there to emailing Jason. Page 5. Fairford meeting at Lark on the 16th of February. Page 6, please. Fairford workshop. Page 7. 23rd of February. Fairford, 9 a.m. Euston. So I understand, I think that was the second. There were 3 lots of coaches. That was the second lot of coaches before the third one, which was when the protesters were arrested and forcibly returned. And then if we could go, please, to page 8. And that's the key date, the 22nd of March, Fairford. So that's the day that became the subject of the civil action. Would you agree, while please revealing nothing about your own movements, that this shows that there was a lot of Fairford-related activity being undertaken by Emily Apple over this time period?
Yes, agree.
And you were associating closely with Emily Apple at this time. Is that fair to say?
No, I disagree this time period.
Why would you, well, again, without going into dates, but you were going to DSEI meetings generally with her.
Yes. Yes.
And you were one of a small group.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't think there's any suggestion that you're away for the whole of this period leading up to the 22nd of March, but again, please give no specific dates. Is it fair to say that you would have been aware of some organising activity, not saying you were involved in it yourself, but you would have been aware that activity was being organised in relation to protests at Fairford? And the
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, yes.
To the best of your recollection, did you report on it?
As you've seen on a number of occasions, if I've heard it, I reported it.
But you don't have any specific recollection of reporting on the plans to take coaches to Fairford to protest around the Iraq War?
I think we this when in my statement, and we were unable.
Sorry, HN3, we lost you there. Do you mind just repeating your last response?
Yes. If I had have been aware of it, as you've seen previous occasions, I would have reported it.
It's just that your witness statement gives the impression that you knew nothing about it. Do you think that's accurate?
I clearly would have known something was going on, but not to any detail. And I had no idea what was being planned because of the abstraction.
We know that HN77 was aware of planning. Yes, please do remind yourself who that is. I don't think we need to bring it up, but there's a summary of her reporting, MPS 0731955. Okay. And on page 2, there's a reference to date of action at the Fairford Air Base. So we know that she reported on it, and you refer in your witness statement and on Monday to sometimes having desk meetings with HN77. Again, to the best of your recollection, do you remember there being any discussion of it prior to the 22nd of March?
No, because of the abstraction.
Were you aware at the time or soon after the event that EN32 Rod Richardson was on one of the coaches that was turned back on the 22nd of March?
I think I knew that subsequently, but I can't help you with when and how I know that. Maybe that's from open source subsequently, right. Potentially.
Okay. Were you aware of the civil proceedings that then flowed from the Fairford coach incident? So they took place August 2003 to the 20th of Feb 2004. Were you aware of those proceedings at the time?
I'm sure I must have been, because if it had been a big action, I must have been, but I don't recall knowing about it.
You don't recall there being any discussion about it in STS meetings?
No.
Or any discussion, sorry.
Because of my lack of involvement.
Well, again, you may have preempted my next question, but just for the avoidance of doubt, Emily Apple, in her witness statement at paragraph 5.181, says that in the resulting civil case against the police, unknown intelligence sources were repeatedly referenced in court papers. One of those intel sources must surely have been Jason Bishop, as he was part of our wider organising group. So, do you have any reason to believe that you were one of those intelligence sources mentioned in the civil proceedings?
No, I don't believe so at all.
Moving on, I'd like to bring up another document, please, which is MPS 0077588, page 2, please. This is dated the 2nd of April 2003. It's B76. Paragraphs 1 and 2, please, of page 1. Thank you. File note. It says, Red Herring, on Tuesday, the 1st of April 2003, Red Herring reported that he'd been approached by a small group of his associates and asked if he would participate in an action against a road haulage company that was responsible for transferring bombs from a military depot in Welford, Oxfordshire, to the nearby RAF base of Fairford. The bombs are for use on B-52s. One of the group, it's not known whom, has identified the company concerned and traced them to their base in Southampton. NFD, not for disclosure, I think that means. The intention of the group is to break into the depot and sabotage the company fleet, thereby rendering it unroadworthy. Standard tools will be used to cause damage to the vehicles, and there is no intention to resort to any form of incendiary device. Now, Emily Apple, in her witness statement, says of this, she says, I accept that that sounds like the sort of thing we'd have talked about doing if we'd received this information. It's certainly in keeping with the types of actions we wanted to carry out to frustrate the war. Do you recollect this proposed action, HN3?
Vaguely. Could I just read the rest of the document, please?
Yes, of course.
If it's necessary.
Yeah, it shows that you were authorised to participate in the recce of it, but it seems no more than that. I mean, I'll read out paragraph 4 because it's very relevant. The reconnaissance visit will be made in Red Herring's vehicle, and to that end, he is a vital part of the overall strategy. However, merely withdrawing Red Herring and his vehicle from the scenario would not in itself cause the plan to be abandoned, as other transport arrangements could be made. The net result of Red Herring's withdrawal would be to cut off the only intelligence source available and thereby remove all advance knowledge of the group's intentions. Inquiry conducted through C Squad have identified the target company as redacted. The company has a contract with the MOD for this work and currently have 6 vehicles, NFD, permanently garaged at the USAF base in Welford. And then the second paragraph on page 2, being that it is undesirable to disrupt the plan through any inaction attributable to Red Herring, the only remaining identified solution is to alert Hampshire Special Branch, the C Squad and the MPOIU to the threat and hopefully arrange for a similarly discouraging security presence to be in situ at the time of the reconnaissance visit. The above strategy is fraught with potential pitfalls, and as the effective date is almost a week away, it's proposed that Hampshire Special Branch are not informed until nearer the time. In the interim period, it's hoped that Red Herring will be able to obtain further information on the scheme and will also allow for an office visit to the target premises over the coming weekend. Such a visit will enable us to identify the size of the premises, the number of vehicles that are or could be garaged there, and the extent of their existing security arrangements.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, does that ring a bell? Do you remember this?
Well, I remember, and this is quite consistent with how things would work. If we had, I think I referred to it on Monday, if we had information that needed further discussion at a Thursday meeting, we would have gone into a smaller group and discussed this and the strategy of what was happening, whether I was authorised to do anything, and we would have talked it through. And then obviously you can see from some of those things there, the back office are also looking at mitigation strategies for any action that may take place.
Yeah. Now, can you recall what happened to this plan? Because there's, again, slight contradiction between the documents. So we can look at the documents, if that helps. But you can't remember whether this, what materialised or not.
I remember doing something, I'm wondering if, I remember doing something at Farnborough in my Land Rover, but not particularly for this. I wonder if this got cancelled.
Well, there are two accounts. So if we look at MPS 00184888, page 2, this is C269. This is raw reporting from you, HN3. It's undated, but it seems to be from around the end of 2002 to around March, April 2003. Yeah, page 2, paragraph 2, please. If you just see, yeah. I mean, it's really paragraph 3, I guess. Just, it says the Southampton action is on hold for the moment and will possibly be abandoned in the near future. Victoria and Emily have found a replacement target which is more DSEI related, and recceing will start shortly. So it sounds like it was abandoned from that. Does that chime with your recollection?
I believe so. I think we drove down there. So that makes sense. And I think I know what the other action is.
Right. If we could just bring up, please, MPS 00366459. This is an operational review for you, written by Bernagrini, for the period January to April 2003. If we could look under the heading effectiveness at the bottom of the page. Red Herring has maintained a high level of quality reporting that effectively encapsulates the environmental movement within London. If we go over the page, please. Oh, apologies. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. So, sorry, effectiveness on page 2. So at the bottom of that page, it says effectiveness. As a leading member of the DSEI organising group, Red Herring has had continued access to the entire planning process of that August body. Similarly, he has managed to obtain the main thrust of the plans for the imminent May Day protest. He has also, by disruption, managed to thwart an intended attack on the premises and vehicles of a transport company who deliver ordnance to RAF bases in Oxfordshire. So, which account is correct, HN3? Did it get abandoned, or did you thwart it, or did?
No, I think it got abandoned, and we chose somewhere else. It's my recollection.
Did you give Bernagrini the impression that you had thwarted it by some means?
I don't believe so.
Is that the kind of thing you might do? Exaggerate your role?
I had no need to exaggerate anything.
Would you agree? Emily Apple makes the point that your inclusion in this plan, notwithstanding the fact it didn't take shape, shows that you were very trusted. You were trusted.
I've lost you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Okay, I've got, if you could just rewind 30 seconds, please.
Yes, fine, yeah. Emily Apple makes the point in her witness statement that the fact that you were trusted, you were within the inner circle of knowledge, the circle of trust, in relation to this plan and this type of anti-war planning, shows, well, A, the extent of your infiltration and your key role, but also the fact that you would have been privy to information about Fairford because you were trusted with this kind of information. What do you say to that?
No, the two don't follow.
Why don't they follow?
Because my abstraction from the event.
Just a quick point, if we could bring up, please, this is on the discrete topic of funding for direct action on behalf of Disarm DSEI. Could we bring up, please, MPS 00184888. bottom of page 1. And it goes over to page 2. This is, again, undated. It's raw reporting, HN3, but it appears to be from the end of 2002 to around March, April 2003. It says, Privacy facilitated the donation of £4,000 from the Network Foundation. This money, which was channeled through Privacy as the CAAT representative, was meant to be for the direct action side of the DSEI campaign. It appears to have disappeared into the CAAT coffers and is being used to cover their DSEI printing costs. Privacy is aware of the problem and is willing to be more involved in the DSEI action now that Rising Tide have finished their series of actions. He has suggested to Jason Bishop that further funds are available for the direct action side of the action, and Bishop will liaise with him during the summer. So it appears from that, HN3, that you were soliciting funds from an individual for direct action undertaken on behalf of Disarm DSEI. Is that an accurate characterisation?
Not sure about soliciting, but I know to what individual you're referring, and yes, asking for money as a group.
And this is the same individual who faced criminal proceedings, again, please don't name them, but in relation to J18. Is that your recollection?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Again, did management comment at all on your role here, talking about funding direct action? Was that a cause for concern at all, or was it something they applauded?
No.
Sorry, did you say you don't know? Sorry, HN3, I missed your last response.
So the signal's awful.
Yeah, I know it's not helpful.
If your question was, did they ask me about the funding, then no comment was made from the office, is my recollection about the me collecting the funds.
Fine. If we could move on now to Stop Spearhead and Read campaigning, please. If we could bring up MPS 00425159. C354, this is again, raw report from around March 2004. And the first paragraph reads, the next picket and electronic blockade of Read and Spearhead Exhibitions Limited will be at 1 p.m. on Monday, the 4th of April, outside their offices in Richmond High Street. It is hoped to make this a regular event on the first Monday of each month, except May, as that is bank holiday, so it will be on Tuesday, the 3rd of May. Can you help us with what's meant by electronic blockade in this instance?
I think that would have referred to sending faxes to their fax machine. This is in the early days, and potentially sending, I'm not going to say, that's my understanding. I think probably now it would have been sending spam and malware overwhelming their systems, but I think that was too rudimentary for this time period. So I think the best we were looking to do is to send them non-stop nonsense faxes, is my recollection.
Okay. Could we go down to paragraph 7, please? Sorry, that's on page 2. So over the next page, then paragraph 7. So it's the paragraph that starts, at least 4 activists. And this reads, at least 4 activists from Brighton have been served with injunction papers for them to appear at the High Court in April. The attempt is to prevent any kind of protest outside the offices of EDO, who have been subjected to a campaign by the Smash EDO group. The legal action has been brought by the now infamous firm of solicitors Lawson, Cruttenden and Co. This firm has been actively seeking clients which have been targeted by protesters and offering to help them. It is the same firm who have been used by the animal abusers to curtail lawful protest, and also who were behind the Earth First Bayer injunctions. The law firm have themselves been targeted by protesters and have had their windows broken and locks glued. The next paragraph, please. The above is interesting. I'll want to look at the paragraph after that as well, thank you. The above is interesting as those named in the injunction were recently acquitted for aggravated trespass. In previous injunctions, all those named had been convicted of an offence at the target company. This injunction, if granted, will backfire on the company and will increase the level of protest and harassment against them. Already members of the disarmed DSEI group are considering actions against EDO. Consideration should be given to the question of what advice to give should the Reed/Spearhead companies approach the desk as to whether they should follow EDO's lead. So this appears to be a reference to private companies approaching the desk for advice. By the desk, do you mean C Squad?
That's correct, yes.
So was this something that you understood to be happening regularly, or?
No, not at all. This was the Smash EDO campaign was different from our organisation, from our group, and they took a lot more direct action, lock-ons, occupations, damaging, and the context of this is if the company then, if the Spearhead company approached from a police perspective to say, look, we're going to be subject to the same level of campaign, what advice they would give them. That's my understanding of that paragraph.
But the reason you had that in mind is because you were aware that this had happened previously, that a private company, EDO, had sought advice from C Squad. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know that at all.
So one doesn't follow from the other. You were just speculating. Fine.
It would be any numbers of companies in the city or anywhere else would routinely. This is generically now, sort of post-deployment, just general police information. Any number of companies would approach the police for help and assistance on building their security, bollards, windows, blast. I think there's specific even crime prevention officers that give this kind of information and help to officers in the city and London. So that's the context of this paragraph.
Understood. Emily Apple has had confirmed the fact that she was on the green list, which is like the environmental version of the blacklist. It bars her from working in the construction industry. Did you ever hear anything while you were in the SDS about the SDS working with the consulting agency, or indeed special branch working with the consulting agency regarding blacklisting or greenlisting?
No. That's the first time I've heard of greenlisting, but no, not at all.
Moving on to the build-up to DSEI 2003. If we could bring up, please, MPS 00028869. It's C291. This is a report dated the 18th of August 2003. And it reads, again, no downward dissemination, known to few people. Intelligence, there is a clear determination to disrupt the DSEI event in September by the large number of various environmental, anti-capitalist peace groups and left-wing groups who are expressing interest. The actions should take place before, during, and possibly after the event. They will be wide-ranging, and in addition to the usual tactics of mass protest at or in the vicinity of the venue, could also include electronic attacks and other forms of computer hacking to disrupt the event. Businesses taking part and the support businesses to help run the event, e.g. caterers, I think that probably meant to say caterers, security, accommodation, etc. Do you recall discussion HN3 of this type of action involving hacking?
Yes.
Being organised?
Yes.
Again, were you part of the group who came up with this idea?
It would have been a group. I think, as it says there, we were looking to adopt what's the name of the company? Hunting the Life Sciences type approach, where the animal rights had approached, not approached,
targeted
direct action against relevant companies, if that makes sense.
Could we bring up, please, another document, which is MPS 00028873. It's C292. This appears to be an email dated the 19th of August 2003, sent to you, HN3, at your Holy Bandits address. I'm not entirely sure who's sending it. I think it's Victoria. I know it's not Victoria because it would be just it. So I'm not sure who's sending it, I'm afraid. We can find out if that helps. I'll read it in its entirety. It says, HN3, below is the relevant part of an email. So this is an email you forwarded. So your preamble goes, below is the relevant parts of an email received this morning concerning the electronic attacks planned for those companies associated with DSEI. This does say this is the email. This does mean I'll have to start preparations from here. My plan so far is own a couple of random boxes to work without traces leading back to my working place, play with school injects to fuck over the hotel reservations, but timing might be important here. 2 weeks before the fair was my plan. If you have objections or better ideas, please let me know. Find lots of open relay mail servers to mail bomb the visitors during the fair. Own and backdoor as much random boxes as possible to make a big DOS network. Have a look at the DSEI website and the ones of all the participating companies. Find as much .uk internet SMS gateways as possible to annoy the visitors during the fair with SMs every second or two. And during the fair, we should do some war driving and see if we can get into their network. Have you got equipment for this? Well, I could definitely use some help on finding open relay mail service and internet SMS gateways. If you could scan around and mail me the IPs, that'd be appreciated. Which reminds me of the list of IPs from participating companies. The more information, the better. I won't have enough time to do much with it, but I'll have a quick look over them and see if anything easy pops up. I think that's about it for now. Hope to hear from you soon. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but that reads as if an individual in Disarm DSI is emailing you asking for assistance with the hacking campaign. Is that fair?
I've written down the answer, if that would assist you.
Oh, what? Who sent you the email?
Yes.
Yes, please do that. But can you also let me know whether or not that it's a fair characterisation that that individual was emailing you asking for assistance? Oh, fine. Okay, thank you. It's all right. My
Yes.
learned friend has told me the name, so that's fine. Don't worry about the name. But have I read this correctly, that this is an individual emailing you to ask for your expert assistance with, well, your assistance with this hacking, this sort of digital interference campaign?
Yes.
If I could bring up quickly another document, please, which is MPS 00184888. And page 2, paragraph 2 of that document. It's undated, but it again appears to be written the end of 2002 to March, April 2003. It's C269. So page 2, paragraph 2. Yeah, so this section reads, Victoria has asked Jason Bishop, who apparently has computer hacker contacts, to identify the home address of Michael Tickner, who is the Conservative leader of Bromley Council. The address that they believe to be his is privacy. Would it be fair to say that these reports, HN3, give the impression that any hacking sabotage of this kind would not be possible without your assistance?
I wouldn't go that far, but they've asked if I've got any contacts. But there were other people in the movement who would have also had those contacts.
We established on Monday that you had quite, compared to most, you had quite finely honed computer skills. Is this an example of you putting those to use in your target group?
Yes, potentially.
Again, obviously you were reporting this back to your managers. Did they make any comment on the fact that this might be straying into agent provocateur territory or going beyond behaviour and role or not?
No, I don't believe so.
Looking in a little more depth at the Stop Spearhead campaign, if we could bring up, please, MPS 00316602. This is a record of a Disarm DSEI Stop Spearhead campaign group meeting on the 18th of January. It's at C318. Paragraphs Paragraph 2, HN3 shows us there were 10 attendees, of whom you were one, amongst others. Paragraph 3 reads, a pre-meeting had been held by Emily, Jason, Victoria and P in the Good Samaritan Public House, where they agreed the agenda and what direction the following meeting should take. It was initially decided that they would concentrate on the DSEI organising company called Spearhead and its new parent company, Reed Exhibitions. Reed recently acquired Spearhead in a takeover, and interestingly, Reed Exhibitions own a large stake in the Excel Conference Centre. So it seems from this that you were one of 4 people in this pre-meeting who decided to focus direct action on Spearhead and Reed. Is that fair?
Yes.
If we could look now at paragraph 4. It reads, following a long discussion, it was decided that the group would have a 2-pronged focus. Firstly, those from London would still meet to plan actions against Spearhead and Reed, whilst simultaneously several arms companies that exhibited at DSEI would be chosen as wider targets for those living around the country. Does that sound about right in terms of what you decided to do? The strategy?
Exactly.
Yeah. Emily Apple says this of this campaign in her witness statements, paragraph 5.274. She says, alongside open meetings and a smaller but more open organising group, we also had a much smaller affinity group that took part in regular covert actions against Spearhead and then Reed when they took over DSEI. These actions were generally targeted at office buildings, often involving throwing paint and gluing locks. And she says at 5.275, about 5 of us in this group, although we did bring other people for some actions, This is a small group of trusted people. We were very security conscious due to the actions we were taking. Jason Bishop was part of this group. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And again, were you involved in making decisions about the kind of covert actions? Oh. You okay?
My apologies.
No need to apologise. Do take your time if you need to.
Yeah.
My question was, were you involved in the decision-making in this group about the types of covert actions you would take?
Yes.
Now, we know from your witness statement that you obtained authorisation from your managers to throw paint or smear paint on the Spearhead offices. Can you just help us a little bit with how that authorisation was given? What were you given very strict parameters about the extent of the criminal damage that you could engage in? Was it purely limited to smearing paint?
My recollection is that I would have talked with whoever was in the office at the time about what the intended plan. My recollection is that this had become an issue of not participating. I think you mentioned there previously that there were a number of actions. I participated in one, and I believe it's because I tried to avoid going on the other ones. My recollection for this one is we would have talked about it, what was planned, what was feasible, what was possible. I drove with 2 other people, and I think there might have been some glue, definitely paint. We threw paint and potentially glued their locks. Yes, we did. And
again, for the avoidance of doubt, you actually participated in the gluing of locks and smearing and paint. You weren't simply the driver.
Oh, very much so, yeah. No, very much so, yeah.
I don't think we need to bring it up, but you refer to this in your Hearn witness statement, which is MPS 0723153. This is from 2013, and you say of that action, on a different occasion, well, it would appear to be the same action, on a different occasion, acted as a driver for activists and drove to Richmond where they spread red paint of, typo, the company premises. Every effort made and discussed to frustrate this crime, but eventually had to take part to maintain cover. This was debriefed thoroughly. possibly authorised by Mike Dell and maybe Janet Williams, Commander, Special Branch. Just looking at that section by section, can you recall HN3 when it says every effort made and discussed to frustrate this crime? Can you recall?
No, I think, in light of what I said earlier, I think I avoided going on several other actions, and I think this became almost impossible to avoid. I think it was white paint, my recollection as well. I know it's pedantry, but
no,
just to be correct.
Accurate. Do you know how you came to understand that it might have gone all the way up to Janet Williams, the commander?
I don't know that.
And your debriefing, was that with DCI Dell or was that with more senior officers?
No, there would have been DCI Dell at the most.
It appears, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that a decision was taken that it was on the balance of considerations, it was considered preferable for you to engage in some low-level crime rather than risk blowing your cover and lose access to that group. Is that a fair description of?
Yes, I would agree.
Fine, thank you. In relation to this covert group, Emily Apple says at her witness statement at paragraph 5.276, she says the meetings in relation to these covert actions generally took place at one of our houses. Jason Bishop came to our houses on numerous occasions, and there are no reports on this as that I have seen. Do you recall these meetings regularly taking place in Emily Apple's and other activist houses?
No.
Not at all?
I think I only went to Miss Apple's house a couple of times, and they weren't for meetings.
So it follows from that you don't think you reported on these trips to people's houses insofar as you did visit other people's houses?
Sorry, I think I misunderstood. Can you just repeat the first bit, when there were trips to?
Yeah, I'll just repeat the bit from Emily Apple's witness statement. It's paragraph, just for the record, it's 5.276. And she says these meetings, i.e. of the small covert group in the anti-spearhead campaign, generally took place at one of our houses. Oh. Jason Bishop came to our houses on numerous occasions, and there are no reports on this that I have seen.
I would have reported if I'd have gone to someone's house, and I don't recall that. I think that's just not correct.
So, and you dispute going to Emily Apple's and other members of that group's houses on numerous occasions?
Yes, I think so. I think all our meetings were in pubs or festival hall. I don't doubt we would have had a meeting at somebody's house, but it wasn't regular, no. I
would only say, just given that these were...
And I would have reported them.
Fine. So you don't think the fact that these would have been meetings about illegal covert actions would not have made meeting in a private home preferable? You don't think that's possible?
No, not at all.
No?
No.
Sir, for the next series of questions, we need to go off stream.
Yes. Would that be a convenient moment to break before we do, or?
Yes, I think it would be. I mean,
yes.
I'm aware. I still have a fair bit to get through, and I am very aware of the time constraints.
But
obviously,
if it's easier to go off stream and then.
Yes, exactly. No, I agree. I'm just thinking about the length of the break. But yes, no, we should definitely break now.
Right. 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
HN3, I'd like to turn now, please, to your reporting on sensitive matters relating to Emily Apple and your relationship with her, please. If we could bring up MPS 00189994, that's C270. This is a processed report dated the 14th of May 2003, and it reads, Emily Apple is pregnant. She is due to have the baby in privacy, and the father is privacy. Emily Apple says this of this report. We can take that down, thank you. It's paragraph 5.207 of her witness statement. She says, my pregnancy was first reported on the 13th of May 2003. It includes information regarding who the father is and when my baby is due. This report is made just under 2 weeks off. Okay, sorry, I'm going to stop talking there. She said that she hadn't told many people at this point and that it wasn't common knowledge. Were you aware of that at the time that you, well, first of all, obviously it's sensitive information, it's to do with someone's pregnancy. Did you have any qualms about reporting that?
No, my reason for being that hopefully someone might know, and that if there was any public order situation, that at least, well, I understand what you're saying, and yes, in hindsight, perhaps it was not applicable to report that, but I did, and I take responsibility for that.
Did you have any qualms at the time? Did you feel any uneasiness about reporting it or not? Did you feel it was fully appropriate?
Probably only with the benefit of hindsight now.
Right, okay. Can you help us with why you think you had no qualms about it at the time, or that you felt no uneasiness?
No.
I may have misunderstood, but I thought you might be implying that one of the reasons you reported was so that people in the police dealing with Emily Apple might bear in mind that she was pregnant, or is that wrong? As in, when they came into contact with her, is that, have I misconstrued that?
No, that's probably what I was thinking, but the reality of everybody who came into all the police that were dealt with Miss Apple, that wouldn't have been the case. But that's what the intention to report that would have been, that she wouldn't have been involved in the same level of activism, probably primarily, but also, yes, that anyone who was coming into contact with that, because I think by this time now the fit team were following her on most major demonstrations. At least someone might be aware.
You were aware of that?
I think I was, yes, because I think they followed me as well.
Yes. She says actually that on the first day of Disarm DSEI in 2003, she was a legal observer, and she was actually pushed in the stomach by a member of the fit team when she was pregnant, and she informed them she was pregnant. Did you witness that?
I don't recall so.
Only because that would suggest that, I mean, I appreciate what you said, but that the information being disseminated in respect of warning people to maybe be more gentle with Emily Apple, that would suggest that didn't.
I agree, and
work.
I don't think that's actually feasible. Not all the fit team would have had it. That information may never even passed it through from Special Branch.
Do you recall management making any comment on this level or this type of sensitive reporting, on the fact that you're reporting on her pregnancy in its early stages?
No.
If we could bring up another document, please. It's MPS 00190013. That's C271. It's dated the 19th of May 2003. Intelligence: the palpable animosity between Emily Apple and Victoria reached a peak in the run-up to the DSEI open meeting on the 8th of May, when it became quite apparent that neither woman could bear to be in the company of the other. The exact reason for the fallout is still unclear, but it certainly involves privacy to some degree. Matters were not helped when Apple jetted off to join P in Barcelona at a time when preparations for the above meeting were at their busiest. The knock-on effect of her premature departure was that the agenda and timetable for the meeting were still being formulated in the corridor some 15 minutes prior to the meeting commencing. Matters have not been helped by the joyous news that the P-Apple relationship will shortly bear fruit in the form of a little activist. This is a processed report, HN3. The tone is, I think you would agree, quite flippant and sarcastic. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely.
Do you believe that tone emanated from your raw reporting, or that was something applied by the officer who wrote it up?
I don't believe that would have emanated from my reporting.
The implication in this report appears to be the pregnancy is to some extent a source of discord between Emily and Victoria. Would you agree with that?
Are you sure this is mine?
Well, it says red herring, so
Okay, no
insofar
problem.
as
It doesn't. I don't recall this at all.
I mean, you were the UCO with access to these individuals, so it does seem very likely.
Yes,
Almost
absolutely, but I don't recall this report at all.
Can you help us with the, notwithstanding that you have no recollection, with the policing purpose that this report serves, the information this report serves?
No.
I think I asked you this question in relation to RTS, but I'll ask it again. Were you explicitly encouraged to report on discord between individuals in Disarm DSEI?
Nothing specifically. I think, as I've described before, I reported everything.
We can take that down, please. We bring up another document, which is MPS 00039797. That's C349. This relates to a meeting, a Disarm DSEI meeting on the 11th of October 2004. 4 attendees, you are one of those attendees. Paragraph 3 reads, thus, Emily raised her concern over the nature of Privacy's involvement within the group. She's concerned that he has been able to gain such access, typo, to the group within a relatively short period of time. He started coming to meetings over 18 months ago, and during that period of time he has apparently been able to gain a central role within the group. She's worried that nobody doesn't know any of his friends and that he lives outside of London and does not socialise with any of the group. She thinks that there may be a possibility of him being an undercover police officer, while other members of the group thought it more likely he worked for a commercial security company. And then if we look at the comment, please, just further down the page. Oh, no, sorry, it's on page 2. Apologies. It's over the page. It reads, there exists the possibility that this situation could be exploited to bring instability to the group as a whole on the run-up to next year's DSEI event at the Excel Centre in Canning Town. HN3, would you agree that that suggests that there was actually a strategy of trying to exploit conflicts and disagreements within the group in order to, within activist groups, in order to destabilise them?
No, I disagree. I think it says that it could be used as a strategy. I think I know who this individual is, and I think he went on to become quite trusted.
But can I ask, why would you posit this possibility in a report unless it was something that you knew that Special Branch would value?
There may be other opportunities to exploit.
But you're saying, just to make sure I understand your evidence correctly, you were not aware of there being a routine strategy, or at least a recognised strategy, of trying to disrupt groups from within?
100% not.
Very briefly, I'd like to go on to a new topic, please, which is the Earth First Summer Gathering 2003. Emily Apple said that she was pregnant when this took place and that the two of you travelled down there together in your Land Rover. That's at 5.261 of her witness statement. Do you remember that?
Is this in Nottinghamshire?
I think so. I'm so sorry. I failed in my geographical researches. I think so, but we will verify that.
You know what? That's quite possible, but I believe I took a number of people. So yes, yes, that's quite possible. I don't dispute that.
I'll bring up a report. It might actually say in your report, MPS 0029123. This is an ex post facto report, which includes, amongst other things, your attendance at that gathering. It's C306. Page 5, please. The penultimate paragraph. Yes, I mean, it's towards the end of that paragraph. It reads, Jason, Emily and Privacy travelled to the Earth First Summer Gathering in order to solidify the emerging networks and to run the DSEI workshop, which was scheduled to take place at the gathering. Now, please, no names, but I understand that Privacy was Emily's then partner and the father of her baby.
Okay,
Does that ring a bell?
Well, I think it does, because did you say that she'd had her baby by then?
No, she was pregnant. She was pregnant.
Okay. This may be a later event. I remember trying to work out baby seats. But no, I don't dispute this. I don't recall the travelling there. I thought other people came with us, but no, I would agree with that.
My learned friend tells me that it was in Yorkshire, Ripon.
Oh, yes, I do remember this.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I do indeed. Very good.
If we could go to the next paragraph, please. The workshop, and then over the page, please. So the following paragraph reads, the workshop was by far the best attended, with around 150 to 200 people turning up. Emily and Jason gave a broad outline of what had been planned so far and arranged a subsequent meeting in London for those affinity groups who had shown an interest and wanted the opportunity to recce the Excel Centre and to meet other like-minded groups in private. So can you recall what your running that workshop involved, HN3?
I think we would have given them a broad outline of what we'd done in the past, the history, what the disarmed IC was about, what we were seeking to achieve,
Right.
and what we were looking to do, and how we wanted people's help is what I think we would have said. I don't recall that workshop, but that's what we would have done.
Would you have given any instruction in terms of direct action, do you think?
No, it'd be too early there.
What do you mean by too early? Too early, too far in advance of
Yes.
DSCI?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
so does it follow from that you did assist in giving direct action training closer in time to the event?
No, I never gave direct action training to anyone at any time.
Emily Apple, in her witness statement at paragraph 13.69, says that you were involved in training in both overt and covert actions, how to blockade, lock-ons, covert criminal damage, smart actions, and also legal briefings and know your rights.
No, that's not correct. We would have had someone from the group that to do with the legal. We'd have had someone from I forget the name. There was a group who used to do all the bust cards and arrange solicitors. We'd have had someone from that do that. I don't dispute I may have been involved and spoke to somebody, but no, I never held any training workshops, no.
You did not take part or lead or in any way have a...
Oh, taken part? Undoubtedly I would have taken part, yes, but I didn't lead or run them, no.
You wouldn't have been delivering the instructions.
No.
Returning to the Earth First gathering, to the best of your recollection, did you attend, or do you think you're likely to have attended or reported on the meeting at this summer gathering about mobilising for the 2005 G8 summit? And this was the first G8 mobilising meeting that later became Dissent, and it was facilitated by Kate Wilson. Does that ring any bells?
Yes, I think it does.
Did you attend that workshop?
I think I would have done.
Do you think, we haven't found a report on that, but if you did attend it, is it fair to assume that you would have reported on it?
Oh, most definitely.
And would you have named Kate Wilson in that report, do you think?
Potentially, yes.
Had you come across mention of Kate Wilson? I know we're going to look in due course at the small extract that you composed for the binder, but at this stage, had you heard of Kate Wilson in the context of Mark Kennedy, EN12? Have you heard anything said about her?
No.
I mean, we can see from your reports that I think she was at the Wombles action in Oxford, so she does feature in some of your reports as an attendee. Would you, I mean, this is a very speculative question, but would you have expected her, given that she does appear in some of your reports, and you think you probably reported on her here, would you have expected her to have an RF file at this stage? So this is summer 2003.
Oh, I don't know, sorry.
Very quickly, just a report, I don't think we need to bring it up actually, but the reference is MPS 0029123. On page 9, this is one of your raw reports, and in reference to the day of action in DSEI 2003, you say that Emily Apple had always planned not to be anywhere near the actual protests on the day of the 10th of September. Does that sound right? Because I think the implication there is she's pregnant, so she's taking a step back from being at the coalface. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, I would agree.
I understand from the reports, please do correct me if I'm wrong, that there's nothing to suggest that there was any serious disorder on the day of
No, don't believe so.
the protests surrounding DSEI. There's nothing to suggest that it degenerated into serious public disorder at any stage.
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Yes, moving on to your friendship with Emily Apple. I don't think we need to bring it up, but in the risk management meeting that we've referred to several times now, HN3, it's MPS 0723143 at page 4. This was a meeting you had with managers, SO15 in 2011, following the revelations about Mark Kennedy. You say in that you and Emily Apple had a close friendship. But in your inquiry witness statement, you don't go as far as that, and you say at paragraph 218 that you were no closer to Emily Apple during your deployment than I was to any of the other activists I associated with in that period. Can you help us with why your account of your closeness changes, and which is the accurate description?
Oh, I think the account with the SO15 representatives, that was their version and not strictly true. I was very friendly with Emily, but as I was with lots of a number of individuals.
So do you stand by the description of your relationship in your witness statement, or is it somewhere in between the two?
Yeah.
Emily Apple says this of your relationship. This is paragraph 13.1 of her witness statement. She says, Jason Bishop was a close friend. We organised and socialised together. He was a trusted part of our smaller affinity group. And at 13.2, when I first met Jason, it was usually in pubs or other meeting spaces such as LARC and other activist spaces. However, as our friendship developed and we started working on more covert actions, we often met in our house in Hackney or later, after the birth of my son, at Victoria's house in North London. It's noticeable there are no reports from Jason Bishop regarding any of the meetings that took place in our homes. And then at 13.4, she says, while I was close with Jason Bishop, he seemed to latch onto Victoria more than me. She was 19 or 20 years old at the time. He said that he was 35 years old, but I don't know if he was older. So first of all, can you comment on Emily Apple's account of your friendship and how it developed? Is that accurate?
Yes, I kind of agree that we were friends. We were definitely involved. We were trusted. That's probably the best description. Because of the actions we were conducting, we would have trusted each other. I still stand by the fact I only went to her house, which is why there would be no reporting. Once, twice, three, no more than 3 times. And I went to Victoria's house once or twice.
Can I ask you this? You were very candid on Monday about your cannabis use and the fact that you smoked it regularly. Where were you smoking this cannabis, if not in people's houses?
At the gatherings, or at the festival hall, or at my house.
You were smoking cannabis in Royal Festival Hall?
I think this was before, is it before smoking? Maybe outside on the terrace. But I went for the, sorry, to use your phrase, for the avoidance of doubt.
Yeah, that's
fine. I only went to Miss Apple's house no more than three times, and Victoria's house once or potentially twice. And that would explain the lack of reporting.
Okay. Is Emily Apple correct when she says that you're also close to Victoria?
That's correct. But bearing in mind, these are only the people that she was aware of. There were a number of people still from Reclaim the Streets and other areas that I was also friendly with.
Understood. Please can we bring up UCPI 38120? Do you recognise this bear?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us who he is?
I bought that after Emily's child was born.
And you bought it for Emily as a present for her child?
I did indeed.
Would you agree that that suggests you were actually very close if you're buying a present for her baby?
I suggest that's a nice thing to do.
It is a nice thing to do, but it says that, would you agree it's something that someone in quite a close friendship would do? It's not something you'd do as an acquaintance.
I bought similar gifts for work colleagues.
You say it was a nice thing to do. Did you have any qualms at all about the appropriateness of doing this, given that you weren't actually who she thought you were?
None.
None at all. Looking back, do you have any views on, have you reviewed your...
No.
No? You see no problem with...
I'm sorry, on this occasion I don't.
Okay. If I could bring up, please, MPS 0031267. This is C313. Title, Emily Apple has her baby. The environmental activist Emily Apple has had her baby on date of birth. She's named the child a boy, child's name. Source comment, the child's second name is named after privacy. And then handler's comment, dissemination to MPSBC squad and MPOIU for information only. Please refer to the originator where further dissemination is desired or where executive action is likely or anticipated. So you're reporting here on a newborn baby, essentially. Why did you do that?
I reported everything.
Again, did you not have any qualms about reporting on such a sensitive private matter that arguably can have no bearing on public order policing?
I agree with your statement, yes.
So in retrospect, do you now recognise that this is deeply intrusive?
Yes.
But you didn't at the time?
No.
And no one raised any issue with it or...
No.
Raised any concerns? In your witness statement, I don't think we need to bring it up, but it's paragraph 211, and you say this. I mean, this is in relation to another individual, but I think it could be of general application. You say, I did not give any thought to the impact on her, unnamed person, if she were to discover that I was a UCO, as this was not remotely likely to happen. I do not wish to appear callous, but I worked on the basis that my deployment would not become public knowledge. I doubt it would have been helpful for me to think of the potential impact on activists in any event. The undercover role frequently required me and my colleagues to make difficult decisions about our conduct, and introducing this additional factor among the many that we had to balance would have been too much. Do you stand by that, HN3?
Yes.
So if I understand that correctly, you were saying that you didn't consider the impact because you didn't think it was going to become public knowledge.
As far as I was concerned, I was correctly authorised and I was doing the job I've been sent to do.
That's understood, but nonetheless, the ethical considerations of a situation, whether or not it becomes public knowledge, would you agree, is not innately linked to whether or not something is right or wrong?
I agree. I think the public knowledge thing is erroneous.
But if I understand your evidence correctly, you were certainly not given to any reason to think that what you were doing was wrong by those managing you.
No.
Or indeed your colleagues.
No.
Can you accept now that for Emily Apple to have discovered later on that at this time in her life, when she was very young, this is a very formative time, when she's pregnant, when she's having her child, to learn that someone who she believed was a trusted friend and to whom she confided and allowed access to private information about her life, to discover that that person is in fact a police officer who's reporting on her, can you appreciate how deeply distressing that is?
Absolutely.
And do you have any regrets now about the extent of your reporting on her at this time?
I did what I was sent to do to the best of my ability.
Moving now on to Ripper, please, quickly. Now, this came into force, as I'm sure you're aware, on the 25th of September 2000. I just want to ask you, just generally speaking, HN3, when it came into force, did it make any discernible difference to your deployment, to your understanding of your role, to the constraints on your role, anything like that?
I don't recall it ever being discussed.
Not at all. There was no sort of briefing before it was implemented.
I don't recall anything like that.
If we could bring up, please, MPS 0526873. That's B57. This is a large document which contains several Ripper authorities, N3. And it's over the period of its implementation, so from September 2000 until the end of your deployment, so Easter 2006. Now, we can see from this document, I'm not going to take you through every authorisation, but when Roger Pierce was commander of Special Branch, so that's from 1999 to 2003, all the authorities are signed off, there's no issues raised, the contents of the applications for authority appear to be cut and pasted from year to year. Janet Williams takes over as Commander Special Branch in 2003. And the authority I would like to look at, please, is on page 89. This is the authority for the period October 2003 to October 2004. And this is her note. She says, I have read the contents of this application. So this is the application for your authority to continue as a UCO. I have read the contents of this application. I am of the view that there is insufficient information contained within the application and associated documents for me to make an informed decision as to whether to authorise this deployment for a full year or indeed to cancel it. I have asked Detective Superintendent Fuller to conduct a full review of the Ripper and HRA issues, so the Human Rights Act issues, regarding this and other deployments. I am mindful that not to renew this authority until the review is completed may well have consequences regarding the safety of the undercover officers involved and operational security and effectiveness. I feel I have sufficient information to renew this application for a period of 2 months, after which time DSU Fuller will have completed his review and I will be in a position to make a more informed judgment. Were you made aware of Janet Williams' concerns regarding your authorisation at this time, HN3?
I recall later on being told.
Can you recall who told you and what they told you?
No,
Well, careful with names, sorry,
yes,
apologies.
yeah,
Yes,
no,
being very careful with
I
names.
can't, but the context was that when it was brought up, I said that I'd been authorised by Mr. Pierce, and I just assumed that was it. And it was only then that whoever would have been the DCI would have said, no, this is a yearly thing. And that's the context I remember it. But I don't really have anything else. I can't really help you any further.
It would appear from these authorisations, that when Janet Williams took over, that it became a more rigorous process, perhaps, the authorisation. Did you get any sense of that?
No, I wouldn't have been anywhere of any of that, I'm afraid.
So does it follow from that you heard no sort of chunterings or discussions amongst STS managers about this change of the guard and a different vibe coming from the top? No. Right, I would like to move now, please, to Emily Apple's arrest outside the Grosvenor House Hotel on the 20th of July 2004. Now, I understand, HN3, that you have watched the video provided by Miss Apple of her arrest. Is that right?
That's correct.
Fine. I'll ask you some initial questions, and then I will ask you some questions about the video. I appreciate it's unsatisfactory that we can't play the video here and now, but if anything confuses you, please just let me know, and I will seek to clarify as best I can. We understand from the documents that the Farnborough Air Show banquet was taking place at the Grosvenor House Hotel on the 20th of July. Emily Apple describes it thus. This is paragraph 5.298. She said it was an opportunity for top-level arms dealers to network both with each other and senior politicians, and that Jack Straw was in attendance. And she says at paragraph 5.299, prior to the dinner, we found out there was going to be a presentation of a ceremonial sword for Anglo-American Aerospace Cooperation. So do you recall that not only did you find out about the dinner taking place there, but that you also discovered in advance that there was going to be this ceremonial sword presentation?
I only subsequently having read it.
Fine. If I could bring up, please, this is one of Emily Apple's exhibits. This is UCPI 38122. I think that's 5. Yeah, here we are. So this is an email that, just to put it in context, Emily Apple forwarded on to, I think, those representing her, involved in representing her in the criminal proceedings that flowed from her arrest at this event. And you can see the preamble says, this is the email that I sent on the 9th of July that first mentioned the dolls. So this is 11 days before her arrest. And her email reads, hi, just putting together text for dinner. We'll send to this list in a minute. And we can see, I should say that this is sent to the London Disarm DSI group. So I presume you would have been a recipient of this email.
Yes.
She writes, however, just rereading their text and they're having this presentation of a sword for contributions to Anglo-American Aerospace Cooperation. What would people feel about doing a spoof on this and maybe having some dolls with fake blood dripping off them and try to present them with dead baby awards as they're trying to enter? Or is this too macabre? Love, Emily. Do you remember this, HN3?
I remember the dolls, but not the email.
Does Emily describing the proposal as a spoof, does that ring any bells with you?
No.
Were you aware that Emily Apple had done something vaguely similar previously in 2000 in relation to UN Children's Day, where cutouts of paper dead babies were thrown over the chamber in the Houses of Parliament?
No, I didn't know that.
No. Was it your understanding that this protest was going to be symbolic?
Yes.
And would you agree that, in line with your intelligence in relation to disarm DSEI 2003, that Emily, I mean, to be fair, she's had her baby now, but she's a young mother, she's stepping back from the front line, she's less inclined at this stage to be involved in anything that's going to end up with her being arrested? Would you say that's a fair?
If she says so, I'm not going to disagree with that.
But you have no direct recollection of that being the case, that once she became a mother, once she was pregnant and she became a mother, she resiled from direct action?
I've got no recollection.
If we could bring up, please, MPS 00035526. This is C337. This is dated the 13th of July 2004. This is your prospective report. You write, Enviro, well, it's a process report, but the intelligence reads, Enviro activists will demonstrate at the gala dinner for the Farnborough Air Show hosted by the Grosvenor House Hotel on Tuesday the 20th of July. They believe the guest of honour will be Lord George Robertson, who they suspect is going to be presented with a ceremonial sword at the dinner. The activists plan to make their own presentation to Lord Robertson, which will consist of a doll, possibly filled with fake blood, to represent children killed during conflicts by the arms trade. There may also be other dolls and legs and arms of dolls thrown onto the point where Lord Robertson's car pulls up. And then the source comment reads, there is no hostile intent in throwing the dolls, but it may be the only way the activists can ensure Lord Robertson sees their protest if his security keeps them away from him. So this intelligence was obtained 4 days after that email. The email doesn't suggest that there was going to be a doll filled with blood. To the best of your recollection, had the plan evolved, or do you think you might have got that wrong?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
When you say there is no hostile intent in throwing the dolls, can you just help us with, again, to the best of your recollection, what you understood this action of throwing the dolls to actually entail? Was it that they intended, because it's not entirely clear, is the suggestion they were going to be thrown at the car or on the floor as the car pulls up? Can you remember?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Again, the email that we've seen suggests, it doesn't single out Lord Robertson in particular, but in this email it appears that Lord Robertson is very much the target. Again, is it your recollection that the plans had evolved in that regard? HN3, sorry, before that, we were looking at this document, which is the branch note dated the 4th of November 2004 by DCI Mike Dell. I'll start at paragraph 1. On Tuesday, the 20th of July 2004, outside the Grosvenor House Hotel, Park Lane, two of a group of anti-arms trade activists protesting their displeasure at the hotel hosting the Farnborough Airshow banquet were searched by police and found in possession of several toy dolls, which were drenched in red dye. Well, actually, we've read this. I don't need to repeat all of this. I will go to paragraph 4, which reads, amongst the group of activists was a detective constable, a member of the Metropolitan Police Special Branch Undercover Unit, who is engaged on a long-term intelligence gathering operation against these and associated activists. The officer was not arrested. The solicitor acting for both defendants has asked the officer and other activists to make statements supporting the defendants' in brackets fabricated version of events, that the dolls were props for use in street theatre. The officer has also been told to give evidence in court. Can we go over the page, please? I would be grateful for your assistance in achieving resolution to this matter. It's not entirely clear who this is addressed to, but he's obviously sending it up the line. Can I ask HN3, on what basis, to the best of your understanding, why did Mike Dell write in paragraph 5 that the defendant's version of events, that the dolls were props for use in street theatre, why did he say it was fabricated?
I'm afraid I can't help you. My only thinking, you've seen my reporting that they were to be thrown. Maybe he's disputing that street theatre and throwing them were incompatible. But I can't comment for him.
Would you agree that the defence that they were going to be used in street theatre wasn't in fact fabricated?
They were going to be thrown at Lord Robertson, I believe. That's what we reported.
Well, that's not quite what you reported, though, is it, HN3? You said that they were going to be thrown in the area where the car pulls up and that there was no hostile intent.
No, that's what I said.
Yeah, so but that's not quite the same, sorry, as being thrown at Lord Robertson. That sounds...
No, okay, I take your point, yes, I think we're...
Would you agree that even on that account, that's not criminal damage, is it? Throwing dolls onto the road?
No.
Again, in your witness statement, you repeat this fabricated claim. It's at page 94, paragraph 276. You were asked a question about the propriety of your relaying to your supervisors, who then, of course, relayed it up the chain of command, information that is subject to legal privilege regarding Miss Apple and her co-defendant's defence in her forthcoming trial. Did you give any thought at the time to whether this information was privileged?
I don't recall even having a conversation with Miss Apple's solicitor, but I don't dispute it happened, but I've got no recollection. And yes, I would agree, we're now verging into LPP territory.
Did any of your managers raise with you the issue of its being LPP at the time?
No.
Looking at the extract of your witness statement on the screen, you repeat this claim of its being fabricated. You say, as far as I'm aware, I did not receive or become aware of any legally privileged information while I was deployed as a UCO. Insofar as I was aware of Emily Apple and Privacy's plans to base their defence against any charges arising out of their arrest outside the Grosvenor House Hotel on an intention to carry out street theatre, I would query whether this was covered by privilege because it was entirely false. But was it entirely false, HN3? Would you agree that actually your evidence thus far suggests that's incorrect? Would you agree?
No, I disagree. I think we're discussing what's theatre and what was going to be thrown and where it was going to be thrown, and I think the best recollection is the report that they were to be thrown towards the car. That I agree that may take the form of theatre, but yeah.
But would you agree that the memo from Mike Dell, at least, does not suggest that there's room for doubt, that it sounds quite decisive. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes, I'd agree.
And that under those circumstances to circulate or to have been part of a chain of information, or at least the source of information, which is relayed up the chain of command in the Metropolitan Police, suggesting that Emily Apple is willing to commit perjury or is planning to commit perjury, is actually grossly unfair to Miss Apple and also a breach of legal professional privilege. Do you think that's fair?
No, I don't think that's what's been discussed.
But can you not see that the implication is, if you're saying that her defence is going to be fabricated, or that that's...
I didn't say that. He said that.
But you do repeat it in your witness statement, though.
Undoubtedly, I think I would have read that from the document that I got.
Right, so you're echoing what's written in the Mike Dell document rather than making that judgment from your own...
Yes, exactly that. Sorry, I now understand what you're saying.
Right,
yes.
Okay.
May I pause a moment
yes.
to get to the bottom of this?
Yes.
Reading, as one does, that it is asserted that a statement made in what would otherwise be covered by legal professional privilege is false, as you said in your witness statement, takes it outside the protection of legal professional privilege.
Oh, I think so. I follow.
That, as I understand it, is the law. Was that what you were trying to say?
So I believe so. I apologise for the confusion. I think if something was demonstrably be false, I think so. Thank you for assistance.
G8 now, and this is one of my last topics, HN3, apart from a few miscellaneous matters. I'll endeavour to get through this as quickly as can be done while also doing it in the necessary detail. The G8 in Scotland 2005. I don't think we need to bring it up, but in one of your RIPA authorities, which is at MPS 0526873, it's at B57. It's the 1st of October 2004, and on page 97, you're referred to in this RIPA authorisation by your manager as the major environmentalist source for the 2005 G8 meeting. Is that an accurate description of, I mean, as far as you're aware, your status as a source in relation to G8?
Probably not, no.
Is it an exaggeration?
Yes.
Did you give your manager reason to believe you were the major environmentalist source?
No, I was... Can I write it down for you?
Yes, you may.
If you carry on, I'll write it down.
What exactly are you? Don't tell me what you're writing down, but...
The answer to your question about...
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
It may clear up any...
Fine, thank you.
Ambiguity.
Thank you, HN3. If we could bring up, please, MPS 0747506. This is C367. This is what's referred to as a national intelligence report dated the 2nd of July 2005. And I think in your witness statement, you'll say you're not entirely sure this national intelligence report format.
Yes, I think I covered that in my statement. I don't recall this.
Yeah.
This is not something we would have used.
The intelligence here reads, Emily Apple has her son P with her at the G8. This will curtail her getting heavily involved, but she will continue to support activists with transport, etc. Emily was pounced on today, I presume that's pounced, by fit officers, and appreciates she is well known to police and probably under surveillance. and the date of that, I think that's before the main arrest. It appears to have been attributed to you, HN3. Do you believe that to be the case?
No, this is written in the present tense. She has a son with her at the G8.
Yeah.
We wouldn't, and it was not my practice to report unless it was a seriously urgent threat to life. I wouldn't have reported and didn't report once an event took place. So this could have come from any number of sources that would have seen Miss Apple at the event.
I understand. So you're saying that you would not have been ringing the office with updates in relation 100%. To your activities. Yeah. Emily Apple, in her witness statement at paragraph 5.413, says this about your and hers activities in relation to the G8. She says, we left Friday the 1st of July. Emily Apple was the only driver who came in the minibus, so you did not go in the minibus with her.
No.
And this meant that she had to do all of the driving on the way up there, and that she also had her son in the minibus. I mean, I appreciate you weren't in the minibus, but does that chime with your recollection? You went up separately.
I went up separately with Would you like me to give you my recollections?
Sorry, it was with HN60.
HN60. Myself and HN60 travelled up to the G8 a few days before. We travelled around Scotland, and then we attended the main camp in Stirling, and we stayed in his van. We slept there, and we did a couple of recce jobs for other activists, and then we left his van, and we were asked to help out with doing some driving, which led us up to the events on the day, which I think you're discussing.
Yes, exactly. Just rowing back a tiny little bit. Emily Apple says this. She says that there was going to be a mass walkout of the camp at Stirling on the day of the G8, which was the 6th of July, 2005. And activists were going to try and get as close to the summit of Glen Eagles as possible. Do you remember that being the case? That being the plan?
I don't dispute it, but I don't recall it now.
She also says, this is paragraph 5.426, people wanted to get to Stirling for the action on the 6th, and she volunteered to get as many people as possible back to Stirling for the action, and that you volunteered to come with her to help her do that, and that the two of you drove through the night 3 or 4 trips carrying activists to Stirling so they could take part in the mass walkout. Does that sound accurate?
I think, yes. Yes, that's correct.
And that you and she, along with her baby, drove through the night transporting people to the camp from Glasgow, from the squat in.
Oh, okay, no, apologies. No, this was myself, N60 and Miss Apple that we drove multiple times backwards and forwards.
Fine. Okay, so HN60 was there as well, but it was...
Yes, I don't think it was through the night. I think it was just during the day. We made multiple trips.
Well, Emily Apple says it was through the night, but you disagree, is that?
I can't recall.
Accurate.
If she says that, I don't disagree.
A document, I don't think we need to bring it up, but it's MPS 0723153, which is B138, page 8, where you refer, this is the Hearn interview that I keep taking you back to, and you say of the G8, you say you acted as a lift service for other wherries between Glasgow and Stirling, stopped every hour or so by different police forces. I assume that that's in relation to this same period of activity.
That's consistent, yeah.
In that same document, I understand that it says that you dropped everyone off around 4 a.m. So does that affect your previous answer that in fact you...
No, I still don't recall going through the night. My recollection is we made numerous trips during the day, and it was the last event, the last trip. But I don't dispute it, but
fine.
Be consistent.
Emily Apple says this. She said that you decided not to go back to the camp after you dropped everyone off because you were concerned, the three of you, that it might get raided. She says that you drove to Tesco's to get nappies and food and to go to the playground. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
She says that you were really grumpy that day. Do you remember that?
Not especially.
Do you recall that on several occasions over that night and the following day, you were left alone with Emily Apple's young son?
Sorry, can you say
Do
again?
you recall that over the course of that evening and the next day, that you were on several occasions, or some occasions at least, left alone with Emily Apple's young son, just to take care of him, just for brief periods, while Emily Apple went and...
I think if she popped to the loo or something like that, potentially. That's what I can think of, but I don't recall it.
Can you recall whether it caused you any unease at the time?
I don't recall it happening, and if it was, it would only for like 1 or 2 minutes while she popped to the loo, is my recollection. I think it was a time at a garage, I think.
Did you give any thought to whether or not she would want to leave her child with you if she knew who you really were?
No.
You didn't give any thought to that?
I think it was so... No.
Looking back now, do you think it was appropriate?
Yes, we're not going to leave the child alone.
Emily Apple, in her witness statement, a paragraph 5.432, says, later that morning we were getting calls from people needing lifts back to camp from Glen Eagles. And she said to the extent that she was answering the phone saying anarchist taxi service. Do you recall that?
Yeah, vaguely, yes.
She says that it was on your final journey to pick people up from a squat in Glasgow to bring back to camp. Can you recall the people that you were picking up from the squat in Glasgow and bringing back? Can you remember which group they were members of?
I think there were some, am I allowed to say nationalities?
Yes, you can say nationalities, just don't say any names.
I think there were some Polish people there, and there were some Womble people.
Yes, that was going to be one of my questions. Were
Yes,
members
yes,
of the
there were.
Wombles
Yes,
there?
there were.
Can you recall whether there were any members of dissent there?
I don't know who that would have been.
I should be clear, sorry, on the dates, that this is the 6th of July.
Is this the day we all got...
arrested?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I met some Polish people and some Womble people.
You do say, by the way, I think, sorry, I haven't got a reference, I'm not sure it's your witness statement, but there appears to be some confusion. You refer to being arrested on the 1st of July. Would you agree that you were arrested on the day of the G8, which was in fact the 6th of July?
Yes, definitely, because of the following day.
Right. So you're on your final trip. Back.
It was the final because the police, I think we had many more trips still planned, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't know at the time it was final. It turned out to be final. This final run to pick people up from the squat in Glasgow and bring them back to the camp, and that you asked HN60 to drive. Does that sound right? Or that HN60 was driving in any event?
Yeah, he was definitely driving, absolutely.
Paragraph 5.45 of her witness statement, Emily Apple says you were 10 minutes away from the squat in Glasgow, and then 5 vans of riot police, some 12 police motorbikes and 3 vans of police dogs descended on the van, and that Emily Apple was breastfeeding her baby at the time. Do you remember that?
So I think my recollection is we'd picked the activists up from the squats, and then we were 5 minutes back away from it, driving away from it.
I understand.
Then, so the van was full. HN60 was driving. I think I might have been in the front passenger seat, but I don't dispute that if I was sat somewhere else. I can't comment on whether she was feeding at the time or not.
Yeah.
But yes, her description is very accurate, yes.
What was your reaction when this happened? Were you horrified? Was it somehow expected?
No, we had no idea this was going to happen.
Was it your impression that this was disproportionate or that it was appropriate?
I didn't know what they were planning. I had no idea what the resources were aimed at.
You were arrested for breach of the peace on petition and charged at the station. Is that right?
No, we weren't charged, unless it's different in Scotland. We weren't charged. No,
Okay,
we were.
sorry.
We were held in. Would you like me to just what I can
Yes.
recall?
Yeah.
So we were. The resources were quite significant. There was a prison van ready there, which is not usual in my experience.
Yeah.
We were taken en masse to a police station. We were booked in. I spent a number of hours with 5 or 6 other people in a holding cell. I was then taken to a cell on my own, and then during the night, I was moved definitely 2 times to different police stations.
Yeah.
And then at some point I was interviewed.
Right.
I didn't, because we weren't planning on getting arrested. I didn't have a bus card or a telephone number, so I just accepted the interview without a solicitor.
Yeah.
Told them what we were doing, that we were driving from A to B, and that was it. And then we went to Glasgow Central Sheriff's Court, I believe, the next morning. Yeah. Which is why it was the 7th of July.
Right. Yeah.
We heard incident on the radio, so that's why I can be sure about the date. I don't believe I ever had legal representation one-to-one. I believe somebody came round to the cells and said, "You're going to be remanded in custody."
Yeah.
And then about an hour after that, we were let go.
And is it your understanding that some strings were pulled? You don't need to go into detail, but that some strings were pulled to effect. Were you given to understand afterwards that some strings were pulled by the MPS?
Very much so.
Did you give any briefings to Tayside Police in England before the G8, before you travelled down to Scotland?
Not in England, no.
You gave briefings in Scotland?
I did.
Can I ask how many briefings?
Just the one.
And we don't need to go into any detail there, but was that after you'd left to go to Scotland around the...
No, this was months in advance.
Months in advance, right. And you were... Fine. It was brought to your attention by your managers that you were... Your intelligence was perhaps going to be of use. Is that fair to say?
For what? For the whole of the G8?
Yeah.
It was very limited.
Can I bring up, please, MPS 00630888? This is Update Red Herring, September 2005, page 1, third paragraph down. And it reads, in the run-up to the G8 summit in July, UCO Red Herring has provided valuable intelligence about the potential involvement of disarmed DSEI activists in public order events associated with the event. The officer has also assisted in the photographic identification of potential G8 activists in support of Operation Jamboree Sorbus. Again, is it accurate when it says that you provided valuable intelligence about the potential involvement of disarmed DSEI in public order events associated with the event?
Possibly not, because I don't believe I was involved in any organisation for this event, but I would have known through Miss Apple what was happening with the disarmed IC, so that's accurate, yes.
Did you assist in the photographic ID of potential G8 activists?
I believe so.
After the event? You say in your witness statement that you utilised an incident, actually this isn't in your witness statement, sorry, this is in Hearn, that you utilised an incident over HN60's van to create an argument in the group and enhance your exit strategy. Did that happen after your arrest? You don't need to go into detail, but does that ring any bells?
Oh, I think we were I think we were sent across the other side of Glasgow to pick up the van, and we were a bit grumpy.
Right. Now, just some final miscellaneous topics, HN3. Welfare support. You speak in your witness statement at paragraphs 302 and 283 of having had a supportive family, which assisted you greatly. Did you rely on your spouse and your family for support during difficult aspects of your deployment and afterwards?
Without doubt.
Did you face any difficulties, just in general terms, please, did you face any difficulties in readjusting to your real life after your deployment?
No.
I think we touched upon this on Monday, but again, for the avoidance of doubt, was any support ever offered to your spouse over the course of your 7-year deployment?
None.
Some miscellaneous topics. You said that True Spies, earlier in your evidence, that it didn't impact your targeting at all. If we could bring up quickly this document, MPS 0010049. It's heavily redacted, as you can see, but the title of the document is True Spies Targeting Impact. We could scroll down, please, and we can see in Viros, it says Helen Steele, and then you're on the other side, red herring. Can you help us with what this document is? Were you made privy to this document?
I don't believe so.
So,
if I do, I don't recall it, I'm afraid.
So you don't recall any discussions about targeting, the impact of your targeting, following on from True Spies?
No, it's a thematic, is it a thematic list of, I'm sorry, I don't know.
And so I take from that you can't help us with why Helen Steele's on there.
No, I'm sorry.
I've asked you some questions about your crossover with Mark Kennedy, and you've answered to the effect that you did know that he was an MPIOU officer. In relation to him and other UCOs or MPIOU officers that you may knowingly have come across, if you were aware in a meeting or at an event that a UCO or an MPI, be they MPIOU or STS, expressed a view or did something specific, how would you reflect that in the reporting? Would you record that, or would you make a point of not?
No, as you've seen, I recorded everything.
And were you given any advice at all about how to approach that particular situation?
No.
Were you given any specific instructions about prosecutions relating to the G8?
No.
You refer in your witness statement several times to Helen Steele as being in a crop trashing group with you. You say that that's the basis on which you knew her and interacted with her. Mm-hmm. And yet we've only got one report from you which mentions her in the context of crop trashing, and that's about her withdrawal from crop trashing. Did you report, to the best of your recollection, did you submit lots of report on activities that you undertook alongside Helen Steele?
If I was with Helen and we were crop trashing, I would have reported it, yes, absolutely.
Can you help us with approximately how many times you recall going on anti-decontamination actions with Helen Steele?
Oh, I can't remember with Helen specifically, but I went on at 10 maybe, and she would have been on a proportion of those, but I can't help you with unless I've got the documents of how many she was on.
But a decent proportion, roughly?
A proportion.
A proportion. Those are all the questions I have for you, HN3. I believe we've covered the Rule 10s, sir. I understand there's no re-examination.
In that event, is there any need, in your view, for me to pause to see if there are any further Rule 10
No,
topics?
I'm told
No.
not.
I think you have covered the full ground. There was a noise off stage.
There was a noise off stage.
I think possibly
Fine,
it would
all
be
right.
wise for
I think it would be wise,
us
yeah.
to find out whether that signified
Absolutely.
anything
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah, I think that would be wise, sir.
And
So
I'll,
yes, if
I'll
we
rise
pause.
for a couple of minutes to let that be done.
Thank you, sir.
I understand that there are one or perhaps two questions.
Yes, just a small number.
Yes.
HN3, if we could bring up, please, MPS 0039594. This is intelligence report attributed to you. The date the information was received was the 10th of November 2004, and it relates to the Stop the War demonstration, Parliament Square, 10th of November 2004. It reads, this evening, Emily Apple will be attending the Stop the War demonstration in central London. It would appear that she is keen to get involved with or initiate some direct action of some sort. She anticipates that she may be arrested. I'm just going to take you to one more thing before I ask you questions about it. If we could bring up also, please, MPS 0526873, that's B57, page 81 of that document. These are your RIPA authorisations. Thank you. And third paragraph down, it reads, detailed intelligence in relation to Emily Apple, a disarmed DSEI activist intending to commit an act of criminal damage during the Stop the War demonstration in Parliament Square on the 10th of November 2004 at the start of the Fallujah offensive. As a result of this intelligence, a forward intelligence team was deployed on Apple and criminal damage offences averted. Do you recall submitting that intelligence, HN3?
No, it's very generic with no specifics involved. So I don't recall it. The Stop the War was something we went on a couple of major big demonstrations. So I thought this would have resonated, but I'm afraid I can't help any further.
Emily Apple says of this, she says, I don't recall having any intention to commit criminal damage at any Stop the War march. FIT regularly stopped and searched me and followed me closely on every demo I attended. But it wasn't down to their presence that I didn't commit criminal damage on these marches. There simply wouldn't have been any point. Again, when you were with Emily Apple on Stop the War marches, did you ever see her committing any criminal damage?
No, never.
She says this at paragraph 5.405, as can be seen from my criminal record, my convictions for criminal damage have been very targeted. For example, at Aldermaston or going equipped at the Welford military base. And as can be seen from my disclosure, my other plans to commit criminal damage at this time were both focused on companies directly involved in or directly profiting from them. Again, does that sound right? Does that chime with what you recall of her
very much
attitude to criminal damage?
Very much so.
Can you please just answer this with a yes or no? So just yes or no in your answer. Do you recall sending some 192 discs with company director addresses to Emily Apple in 2005?
No.
Do you think you might have done?
Yes.
Another question. Do you know anything about an operation called Operation Gant that you may or may not have discussed at some point with D.I. Lambert in the very early stages of your time in the SDS?
No, only from other people's evidence I've heard of that.
But it doesn't ring any bells personally about information that you were directly privy to. I believe that is now it.
Yes. Thank you for your patience in not only giving evidence over one long day on Monday, but returning to do the same, but with slightly odder hours today. I'm grateful for the frankness and bluntness of the evidence that you've given and for your willingness to admit when you might have been wrong. Thank you.
Excellent.
We will resume on Monday with Paolo Soraci, who will take the whole of next week's hearing.